Yo, what's up, stream? We're gonna do some chill stuff today. And it's a short stream because I've been going to sleep at midnight. I should have started streaming earlier, but I have cover letters and stuff that I need to finish writing. I should actually write one. I should finish writing this one. I'm on it.
Ad break incoming.
Dude. Uh-oh. Cat's trying to eat my food. What the hell? My God. Made sexy Daphne. Train this shit. It's just, the new Mid Journey model is spicy. What the heck? Oh, that's cool. That would break the art style, but this one's cool. I like the look of this one. We're looking for line art. Oh my goodness. I'm concerned that I've seen. Okay, I was just about to say I haven't seen any environments that I could pick out at all yet. There's an environment. A lot of video game screenshots now. Interesting. Must have like just added that as like a category in the training data set. Nice. Nice. Right? It's like Kanye West with a gun. I don't know what I'm looking at. What the hell? What is up with all these risque Scooby Doo things?
Ad break incoming.
Oh fuck! All right. That one's sick. I'm trying to give it more data points for fantasy environments and sci-fi environments and characters of different genders and races and stuff. So this profile is a little more rounded out and it can handle kind of anything I ask of it. Um, the other profile I have that's just been our main workhorse for version 7 has been has about 2,000 points. It's been a long time picking images for it. Mulan, just straight up. This one's crazy. The styling would throw some shit off though. And the film grain. We're only going for line art. Straight up Frostmourne. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get go get my yogurt and peanut butter. I'll be right back. Okay. We are slowly crafting a new profile for the new model of Midjourney, version 8. I think I'm smarter and wiser now on how to make a profile than ever. Totally possible this model's even better at stylized stuff than previous models. Mm, this one's good. Yeah, dude, there's a crazy amount of cleavage in this model. Version 8. There was like none in the previous model. I know cuz when I was trying to make like the hot robot girls of my world that I'm building, I couldn't get it to show any. I'm scared, man. I feel like this one would be sick, but it's gonna make everything like a freaking skull again. I did in the last one. What's up, Psycho Zen? New Mid-Journey model profile creator is up. So I'm just picking images to get something usable with the new model. I'm trying very hard to only pick 2D line art, mostly fantasy 2D line art. Yoda playing a flute. Desert. Okay. 1999. Hey, Bod. Thank you for the follow and kick. Doing some AI stuff. That album was a dub techno album that my friend sent me recently. Let me see if I can find this dub techno. Dub techno. Dub techno. Yo, what's up? Captain Carter. Um Midjourney version 8. I think it's been out for a little while. But I just went to the personalized profile and they added a separate section now for just version 8 model profiles. So I'm making a new profile for just for V8 Midjourney. I don't know. I haven't really tried it with the profile yet, but my other profile is really good. I got all the way up to 2,000 points on it. The minimum you need is 500 for the profile to start working. So far I can say without a doubt, version 8, taking images in the profile here, has way more cleavage than any previous Midjourney model. Because I try to purposely have some on like the the quintessential hot robot girl characters in my world with version 7 when I was generating images, and it just refused. But now I'm scrolling through picking these images, dude. There's just like cleavage everywhere. It's crazy. The silliest thing. I'm grateful that we can make like uh crazy attractive women characters now with Midjourney, but it was just pretty funny. I didn't expect it opening up the profile pickers. That's the one thing that I've really noticed is a massive difference. That's it. That's the only major that, and then I've also noticed that it has more like street art, like graffiti art style stuff. That it seems to be doing a lot better. 1999 8 bot. Naked, what the heck? Yeah, it's silly. What better for you, Arch or Debian? I've never used Debian for desktop. I only use Arch so far for desktop right now. So I can't say anything about what Debian's like. I have no idea. But yeah, I just use Arch and Plasma, and then I vibed my whole rice that you see here. I have an AI assistant and stuff. She's animated. Um, bro, All right, I might stop at some point here. I've got a ton of good images. And I have some good environments too. I was just picking images until I felt like it covered like a wide range of character types. And what the hell is going on here? Okay. They're all hanging out at a butcher's shop. I'm so confused. Um yeah, I was trying to get a wide range of character types in the profile and environment types as well. This is the Atlantis girl. I saw Mulan earlier. Ooh, this creature would be sick. Like that'd be a nice one to add to the profile. I feel like I have a decent amount though now. So yeah, we'll call it enough. 8 line art is what I'm gonna call it. Let me go cover up my food real quick. Put it in the fridge. Um, yeah, I don't know what we're doing yet tonight, you guys. This is gonna be a really chill, actually pretty short stream because I've been going to sleep at like midnight or 1 a.m. like really consistently. Yeah, what I've been doing is I've done nothing but apply to jobs this whole week. I've written a bunch of cover letters. I've applied to at least like 8 jobs. A bunch of them are through internal references, through networking connections and stuff. So hopefully they lead to some. How are job apps going? They went well this week. I got a bunch of good ones that I put a lot of thought and effort into, and also that um there's a bunch that are a really good fit. There's probably at least like there's at least 5 or 6 I found so far that are literally like a perfect match for my skill set right now, my job title and my experience level. There's a couple really good ones, and I have some interview processes going on for a couple, and then I'm hoping that all the ones I applied to this week I start getting some replies to those like next week, you know? Hopefully the train starts rolling soon of having like a bunch of interview processes like all happening at once, you know? We'll see. I might not get any responses to the ones I sent out. Might be totally cooked. Just yesterday it was announced that another studio down the street from me in this area just laid off 80 people. 80 people. This studio is literally like 3 or 4 blocks down the street from where I live. That's another like 80 people now in this area, all looking for a job. Probably a lot of them have a lot more years of experience than I do. Uh, yeah, there have been warning that job layoffs going to happen much faster and sooner. What do you mean? For Tencent or for just what? For just tech in general? How do your interviews go? Just got here. They're kind of just starting up. I've mostly been more so been applying to jobs this week. I don't have that many interview processes happening yet. I have a couple. They're all like just starting rolling. Are they laying people off because the game industry got overhyped and bloated, or struggling to generate profit? Or are they lost because of AI? AI is not the cause of layoffs directly in the game industry right now. It is the cause, like indirectly, in terms of um a lot of funding that would normally go into the game industry is all going into AI instead. So there's a huge gap in funding because from a lot of industries, but games especially, barely like there's not that much funding going to games. It's all going into AI companies instead. So that's actually how the reason that's the way that AI is affecting the game industry. Then the other part too is the consumer hardware adoption, like slowdown. Like people can't buy computer parts that much right now. They can't buy like consoles because everything just got hiked up in prices because of the hardware shortage from AI. So that's also affecting the game industry. But most of it is from COVID. Most of it's from the COVID investment bubble has totally like deflated and it's just gone now. So it's mostly like they overinvested in COVID and then all these startups like the one I was at finally ran out of all the money that they were given during COVID to start their studio. Um and they're all just like failing and running out of money and dying like one after another right now. So that's the main engine behind it. And then the other one is outsourcing has grown in power quite a bit. So the level of talent overseas for art stuff specifically is really easy to outsource compared to design and programming that you want to keep in house. Um, so that's kind of been a big crazy thing is outsourcing. But yeah, AI is not replacing like jobs in video games right now. It's not just like strictly replacing people like it is for people in like data entry roles or something like that. Back in general. Um, yeah, COVID. Yeah, it's the COVID bubble. Is it the excuse they make for not having money? Investors pivoting money flowing to new industries? No, it's just a fact. Like the amount of money invested into new game companies, new game projects last year in 2025 was half the amount of pre-COVID levels. Literally half. But when you adjust for inflation, it's even less than that. AI making everything more expensive. All businesses tech. Yes. What's up? Five scrolls. 1999. I bought. I hope the coronavirus sunlight comes around again, so you'll have more time. What do you mean? How would that give you time? Helpful is that would just make everything more expensive if something like that happens again. That's part of why everything's too expensive right now is because inflation got so out of control when the government just decided to start printing free money to give everybody to sit at home and do nothing. Um, so it really fucked up the price of everything rest of this entire decade. Is it helpful to say that you have experience in AI, or do they not care? Damn, it was a bubble. Yeah, it was. You're waiting for Black Friday. Oh, for tech stuff. Chrono 2.0, buy assets to the bottom. They will grow with inflation. Maybe. I think things would crash. I don't know. Um, is it helpful to say you have experience in AI? I think it is, depending on the company. I put it on my LinkedIn. I put it on my LinkedIn in my title and in what I've been up to recently. Um, I think it is. It's increasingly in just the last like 2 months, it started to become a focus at bigger companies. Hey, boss awarded 38.6 million. Who is this guy? Held the role since 2013. Pretty long time.
Ad break incoming.
Wow, he was executive producer on the FIFA franchise for a while. Huh. I'm always curious. I'm like, how the hell do people get into the position of being a CEO at an already established company that they themselves were not a founder of? I'm always curious about the path they took to get there. All right, we're on an ad break. Want to catch up on chat? We're in an ad break. Wait for the ad break, and then I'll read chat. All right, we're back. We're back from the ad break. Bernie, is 2021 or early 22 is really the worst part years of inflation since 2000. Yeah, they were insane because they just decided to print money. 1999, I bought. I want to see your games, and you sell chess on your website. Yeah, it's just basic chess right now. It's not that crazy, and I had to put it for sale so I could use it to test um some of the actual flows of buying stuff and installing it through my launcher. So it's kind of just it's not really a full on game for sale right now. Dude, what's going on my website? It broken? Hello? Why did that just fade like that? That was weird. Why does clicking on shop make it go black? What did I do to cause that? This thing, I might take down the stream clipper. Dude, why is everything taking so long to load? Cloudflare having issues? Um, how'd the interview go? What's up, Cobra Chicken? I can't remember which one I had. They're going good so far. They're still in process, and I applied to a lot of jobs this week. So we'll see what happens. I'm hoping to be in multiple interview processes at the same time, like next week. Hoping, or the week after. I need to keep applying though. I need to apply to at least like 20 or 30 jobs. I have a chance right now with the way things are. Um, Infernius, also ain't no one trying to buy a box of cereal for $5 or $6 in California. That's true. But also cereal is bad in general. So it's probably a good thing if you're staying away from buying it because it's too expensive. It's pointless garbage. Eat a banana instead. Wish I would have bought Nvidia at the COVID bottom. I mean, yeah, dude, that would be insane. I read it better, and you're spot on about AI and pandemic because around during pandemic, etc. Your ad was short. Oh, nice. You read it better? Yeah, yeah, they did. They overhired. They Here we can find a chart on investment money in the industry class graph. Here it is. Yes, status. Annual volume of investments in the video game industry worldwide from 2013 to 2025. What do these? This is number of investments. This is not total money. I want to see total money. Um. Okay, number of investments. 359 in 2019, and then it shot up to during COVID it was 510, and then COVID happened, and they're like the next year they're like, oh my god, there's twice as many people playing video games as ever before, and then it shot up to like some crazy amount. This seems wrong though that it's showing like the number of investments is double or triple here. Number of investments doesn't tell us the total value. US venture investment in gaming startups. So gaming startups crashed. Like it was 5 billion in 2020. Then this is when it got super crazy. Right? 11 billion and then 10 billion in 2021, 2022 from venture capital investments into gaming startups. And then this is old, but basically in 2025 it tanked again. So we're going to see all these people that got money from 2021 and 2022, they're basically all shutting down right now. It's kind of what's happening, out all the way in 2026. Five or 4 years in the future. That's about how much runway these companies were given in investment money. So that's why we're seeing one domino fall after another, including the place that I was at. We hit the end of the road. Yeah. Yeah. Ab bod bring up. So the main game that we've been working on is the characters here at the bottom of the screen. That's what we're working on. Pretty consistently. So you can actually control the characters at the bottom of the screen. Character have customize it, and you can. I actually don't know if it works for Kick yet for being able to. Don't think the Kick token works yet for controlling it. Yeah, these little characters at the bottom of the screen and the activities that they do on like ad breaks and stuff is part of what we're building. And just polishing. And then the other thing we're doing is my VTuber, which is forcing our hand and developing the VFX tool. All right, so the iPhone tracking doesn't seem to be. Hey, the iPhone face tracking, the iPhone's turned on right now, but the editor's not receiving it at all. I feel like it should have connected once I hit the play button in the editor for the VTuber. All right. Um, Abod, if you're still here, here's the biggest project that we've been working on. Um, why the hell am I all the way over here? I'm not really focusing on this like intensely right now though. But this project's gonna take a couple years. I think all of my tools and stuff in general, like my Adobe Premiere and After Effects replacement, the game engine, I think everything's gonna take about um a it's all gonna take about like 2 years, 2 more years, even with AI, to like polish all these tools and stuff and make them have all the features I need and be like professional level like quality. This area is like super flat because I was using it for testing stuff.
Claude finished digging into it.
What's he doing? All right. Well, anyways, that's what we got so far for this. I really need to stream from Windows one day, and we'll go through and like make the UI not be block out, and look a little better and more functional. I'm not sure what we want to fix next. We could fix the item
Fix the
pickup.
thing that makes testing the next fix annoying trickery. Infrastructure debts are hydras. Cauterize the neck first.
Autorize the next for. That's pretty cool. All right, what does this guy say? Live link face is fire and forget UDP. The editor can't cause it to connect target. Oh, let's test something. Not receiving on this either. Sudo TCP dump ENP 6S0. Wait, my iPhone's not working for the VTuber. We're trying to figure that out. The first time it's hasn't worked. All right, so the other stuff we're gonna do is I think the video editor is almost ready. I want to do some cool stuff though. Hey, on the video editor, since we're using Zig and Vulkan, in the effects tray, can we add a new effect for dissolve? You know, let's just choose like dissolve styles, and I want you to do a dissolve that is like a liquid, uh, a liquid
Vulcan with a K,
dissolve.
trickery. The graphics API, not the pointy-eared diplomat.
Pointy-eared diplomat named Vulcan. Talking about. Faceless voice. How did the interview go? It went good. I've got next steps coming up for some. But yeah, I mainly right now have applications that I sent out this week. I've only got a couple interview processes happening. I'm hoping to have like at least 5 to 10 start happening over the next like couple weeks. Claude down. What's up, Newster? It's down? What do you mean? It's down for you? Can't use it right now? That sucks. I was having trouble earlier
Claude
today.
finished investigating.
I was using it to work on some stuff in my Job Hunter app. You read it as clown? Clown down? Clown down. Gregory's face is broken. Not working. Um, I think we're gonna do some chill stuff tonight, you guys. I'm not really feeling the whole like grind out the vibe coding on a bunch of stuff at the moment. So much of my Claude tokens are gonna go to waste this week. I can't do vibe code and apply to jobs. Like literally nothing gets done.
Claude finished investigating.
Oh, he's working. There we go. Oh, he's looking cool. Now that he's working, let's see if we can get his hands working again. He's working again. I just had to like restart the app on the phone, it seemed. Okay, so it's working now. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna start figuring out how to get the leap motion controller working for controlling his arms and his hands again. Like we were able to do in the Unreal version previously. All right, let's see if we can get his first time ever on Linux. Kirby Chicken, I'm learning about how dead languages and old text can benefit model intelligence. Old text, dead languages. Not really developer mode, just research for bed. My friend sent me some article where they're buying old books by the pallet. They're having to scan and make these databases of text and stuff from old books because it's one of the only unpolluted sources of information now. Pre 2022, scanning and burning, yeah, because literally like because of model collapse from it ingesting its own output. What do you mean unpolluted? There's so much AI generated text on the internet now that pretty much if you try to go scrape the internet for new data and on any page that's been updated past 2022, you have a high chance
Scraping the internet. Archaeology, but the ruins keep screaming and changing their markup.
yeah. But they basically you don't want to feed the model output from an AI model. It makes them dumber if they train off of their own raw output. The only thing that makes them smarter is if they train off of pure human output. Because at the end of the day, it's just like a hollow shell of a mathematical construct that can only like mimic human thought, like to some extent. Not truly, the same as a human. Exactly why I'm learning why there's value in destroying old works after embedding it. Wait, destroying it after embedding it? What do you mean? Is that accurate though? The model collapse? Yeah, the model collapse is proven. They have a bunch of papers on it. They can prove model collapse like with data. It's not like a theory. It's something that's literally happening that they're constantly having to fight against as they try to increase the parameter count in the models because they've already basically run out of data, and that's why there's all those random gigs for doing data entry basically for models. That's why Meta was trying to make all their engineers do data entry stuff, is because they've run out of data. And so they're literally like, there's like all these freelance gigs you can do for like $50 an hour
Claude has 2 questions for you.
to help generate new data for models as an actual human. Because they're out of shit to use. You can't just like generate a bunch of stuff with the AI and then feed it back to itself or it collapses. Um, what about a human-only platform forum? People get paid to
Ad break
interact, but
incoming.
instead of text, it's voice calls. I'm sure there's something similar to that right now. The big ones are like Scale AI is running one of the platforms where it's like trying to farm human generated data, but again, you get paid pretty well apparently on these things. I haven't tried them. One of the other ones, Handshake AI. Like you get paid like $50 an hour if you just have a college degree. It's like really unpredictable and crazy. Um, what about a human only platform forum? Oh, wait, I just read that. Trick, what's up, long arm? And Fernies, do you think your AI was talking about Vulcans from Star Trek? Oh, probably. I just found this fascinating that they're using investor money to buy old works to copy and destroy so nobody else can keep up. That's crazy if they're doing that competitively like that. But at the same time, I feel like what could they possibly be buying that's even that valuable at all? That isn't already. What about Handshake? It's just a way that they're farming human data. You get paid like $50 an hour.
If people are competing to buy it, trickery, the value may just be someone else wants it. Humanity has built entire economies on envy wearing a hat.
Is like a modern Library of Alexandria fire moment. I want to understand the value of the services within this. Yeah, we're in an ad break, so I'm gonna. Well, one good thing I found out is the Harvard Library. Uh, the Harvard Public Library, they worked with Google and Microsoft to make their entire library public domain books digitized in an open source data set. The million books. So this is one cool thing that's come about from it is the Harvard Library 1 million book public open source data set all digitized. So it's like no reason to like burn any of those books. Institutional Books 1.0 on Hugging Face. The official Harvard Library public domain corpus portal. Platforms like Reddit Data Hoarder viewed as a major boon for open data sets. Reddit Data Hoarder. Ooh, I haven't heard of this subreddit. I had someone from Handshake email me and asked me if I'd be interested in helping with AI training. Yeah, I mean they automate those emails. They just not personalized, but they like I said, they do pay people. If you just have a college degree, they pay people like $50 an hour. Anthropic, notably, their Project Panama initiative, been reported to use industrial hydraulic cutting machines to slice the spines off books, allows individual pages to be fed through high-speed scanners, non-shredded flatbed scanners. Digitized physical copies are often shredded or pulped. Yep. It's a massive industrial operation. Yeah. What happened to synthetic data? I thought they were doing that nowadays. I don't know what the limitations are on it, Faceless Voice, but they can't rely on it completely. They're trying, but model collapse is a serious problem still. Yeah, I don't know how much synthetic data they're able to use. It's probably some kind of blend. But if companies like Handshake exist, it means they can't. It means they still need like a ton of human input to constantly generate new data. Respond with driving AI. Um, I think that the driving AI, it can work for some stuff, but their data points are still primarily to continue to improve it right now. Their biggest data points are when a human has to intervene with the autopilot because there's a situation that the autopilot didn't understand that the human understood. So that's the main like exceptions that they're kind of combing for as well to try and make incremental improvements is actually still the human feedback step of like saying like, hey, this thing didn't pass by this car fast enough, or or it was gonna hit this thing and I had to take over. So like Elon said, like when they're running their simulations for autopilot, the anomalies are what they keep. The all the hours of a car just driving on a sunny day in a clear road with no cars around or anything is useless information that they don't need. So I that would be my guess is still like most of what they are adding to their stack of data is still stuff that is basically the equivalent of what like Handshake is doing. Like they're adding the data of when a human had to panic and press the button to intervene on the autopilot. Like that's the most interesting things for them to include. Um yeah, maybe it also has something to do with text, specifically in large language models for model collapse. Maybe when it's self-driving, it's motor skill stuff, then it's totally fine. So maybe model collapse just has to do specifically with language and text ingestion. When error improve, yeah, that's the main way it is. Coach, it's crazy because we are not really printing new books that are not influenced by AI. Physical
Claude
media
stopped for a
itself is
clarifying
on a
question.
decline. Yeah, it is. It is kind of crazy. It's a little bit terrifying, but at the same time, you got to think like how much stuff wasn't already in the format of an ebook available on Amazon or something. You know what I mean? Like I feel like a lot of books were already available as an ebook. You know what I mean? That are of historical significant relevance. Anti AI folk do write books though. Books are always bad for the environment. That why the UK has no tree. I can't even extract YouTube transcripts from YouTube for embedding training because it's so infested with people saying verbatim AI work. Yeah, it makes sense. That's why they say like there's no good like data anymore. It's all just infected. Sorry, I just found, because we were talking about this stuff, we just found a new subreddit, Reddit data hoarder. Our data hoarder. Interesting.
Our data hoarder, the reliquary where I should delete this, goes to die under 12 redundant drives.
I should delete this, goes to die on 12 redundant drives. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, that's what this is about. About random data stuff, but also, look, this guy's got a problem. He's like, with price, a normal person would have seen that they're running low and sort of just held off on downloading new stuff. I, on the other hand, am not normal. I purchased a new 20 terabyte drive. Look at all this guy's drives. What is he doing? Insane. Guy's a hoarder for sure. All right, so that's what it's about. Pretty silly. Um, before 2022 is the cutoff of the information I collect now. Local AI myself. Nice, dude. Okay, you guys. See what this thing has to say. Wire hands in the main zig. YouTube in the future paywalling older content. Could make sense. That's part of why Elon said he thinks Alphabet ever valuable company because of the data that they have. Leap is plugged in. System flow leaps is live and masters. Hang on. Wait. Hey, the leap is now plugged in. Yeah, we're gonna disable the system flow fist to talk thing. For getting it to work with the VTuber. I'll be right back, you guys. Go AFK for just a minute, and then we're gonna see if we can get the hand tracking working on Trickery, and then we're gonna get the wind blowing on the grass on the environment here for the characters, and we're gonna try to that's a weird itch. We're try to get the VFX for his hair to look better. Water and stuff.
Hair VFX is all about readable clumps first, sparkly nonsense second, trickery. If it looks like a shampoo commercial got haunted, reduce the particles and strengthen the silhouette. Claude finished the task.
All right. Okay. Leap is plugged in. We'll see what it can do. I don't have the highest confidence in it. Let's ask, can we make a tracking, like a standalone tracking, like preview, like app? I think the Ultra Leap already has it, but like I want to see in the Windows one when I double click it in the tray, the Ultraleap comes up with this window and it shows like the bone overlay over my arms and my hand. I don't know if there's a way for us to see that instead of doing some kind of awkward calibration thing.
Ad break incoming.
Which scene Cintiq? Switch scene to Cintiq. We had 57% use last week on Gemini and only 7% with 5
On the
days.
Cintiq now, trickery.
2 thoughts trying to get how to do with it. Not 2 thoughts to rub together in my head to do with it. Yeah, I mean that happens eventually when you're vibe coding a bunch of stuff. Eventually you hit like a wall and you're like, I've accomplished all my dreams for the most part, right? I'm kind of that way at this point. Um I've done way more than I intended to do with vibe coding. Like at first I was like, oh, post token clarity, I guess so. At first I was like, everybody's making their Adobe replacements and getting hyped up about replacing Adobe, and I was like, that's ridiculous. I don't want to do that. That's way too much work. And then I ended up doing it because I'm just like, I don't know what else to spend these tokens on. Then I was like, well, let's try moving to Linux, and I did that, and like, yeah, I'm pretty tapped out. That's why I went so ham, and that's why I have no problems just like applying to jobs and stuff now instead, is because I actually feel like I've done just about everything I can do without actually getting into a lot of like nitty gritty details of stuff. Uh, Cap, you've not told AI to add cat girls? Yeah, that's true. We haven't done that yet. Still something I haven't done. Trying to burn it on deeper research, but I'm realizing this isn't exactly hard for Gemini in terms of token usage versus building. Interesting. I'm concerned. Why is this white outline showing? It's literally not filled in. Okay, okay, okay.
Claude finished the task.
It does not seem calibrated for the direction that it's sitting. It's I think it's upside down and it's sitting on my chest. The range that it's managing to track me in is super narrow compared to when I'm on Windows. Also what it shows on the Windows version, not only the arms, it shows like literally the bones overlaid over the
Linux camera stacks do love forgetting half the helpful vendor magic Windows quietly applies. It may
oh,
not be the tracker so much as exposure, gain, or FOV being different trickery.
over the like LiDAR camera feed. Layering and pixel spacing issues, there's a special word for it in texture aliasing. For what? You mean in the tracking it's doing? It's also frequently only showing one hand is in view when I have both. Oh, the white outlines. They're because I cropped out grass for this layer, and the cropped out one is not what you were. saved you guys. I saved you guys from hearing me sneeze. Then your ears have been saved. Those white owl. Oh yeah, just Dean. Yep. What's up? Look at this Picasso. Yeah, I'm not Picasso. I'm just the slop cleaner. I'm here cleaning the slop. Yeah, all this grass at the bottom of the screen here that the characters are on, it's all AI. But I spliced stuff together and I layered stuff together. But now I'm filling in the blanks because everything was lumped together, and I had to remove the grass. I had to remove the grass from the foreground. So that well, you can't really see it now, but it's so that the layers are in front of each other, and or so the layers separate, and we're gonna add a wind shader to get the grass to move in the front first. And when the grass starts moving in the front, it's gonna reveal that there's like uh it's gonna reveal that there's a duplicate of it in the background. So we're having to separate it, and I'm having to draw and fill in these blanks. This is looking promising. Yes. Oh my god, it's doing it. You almost have recreated the Leap Motion application. That is normally on Windows. We're going to use this to very clearly debug how the orientation is messed up on the hand tracking on Linux. And then we'll know, once we know that this is actually working, then we'll be able to get it working in
Claude's
the
done with the fix.
custom engine, the same as it was in Unreal. Okay, I hope this helps you debug. So look, my arm is the arm is like reversed, and it's like upside down. It's tracking the hand motions correctly. Like all the finger bones are actually moving now. But as you can see, it's not overlaid over my arm in this screenshot the way it's supposed to be on the left cam. This is my
That
attempt at getting.
smells less like hand tracking and more like the overlay transform wearing its own spine backward trickery. The bones know where they are. The camera space mapping is the one lying.
It's possible I was wrong about it being upside down because I couldn't tell until we had our camera overlay. Catch him on chat. Yeah, guys, this is cool. We're recreating the app. They didn't make it for Linux. They have the drivers for Linux. They made the drivers for Linux for the Leap. I'm sure a lot of people do cool stuff with Leaps and Raspberry Pis and stuff, but they don't have the same like visualizer app that you have on Windows to troubleshoot what's going on with it. Ice Cream, what's this for? It's for the VTuber. It's to get Trickery back up to parity, but running inside my engine instead of Unreal. You know, because we had his hand tracking was working in the Unreal version. Dean Yep, I watched your Eldegard demo reel. Holy shit, you did a lot. Yeah, dude. Thanks, man. Yeah, I did a lot. There's a bunch of people on the team that did a lot also. But yeah, there's a good number of us that were working like insane overtime, like tons of overtime, just constantly. We were in constant crunch all the time. You know, because it was a double A environment, and that's what you have to do if you want a double A game to succeed. You're working at a company that's small and you have some equity, and you want it to succeed, then you have to do a lot. You have to wear many hats. You have to do a ton of different things. It's insane. Yeah. Your AI messed up the explanation. Go to filter colors, color to alpha. Boop your snoot. I don't know if I can, dude. Look, it's messing it up. To just prevent this in the future, increase the grow selection by 1 or 2 pixels. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Cobra Chicken, I know why that pixel layer is there and why it's not here. I mean, it's not a big deal. I have to finish literally manually coloring this in. Yeah, Dean, yep. The other frustrating thing is like I don't think a single freaking job I've applied to has actually watched my demo reel. I might end up getting corrected on that soon with all the applications I sent out this week. That might change, but it's pretty frustrating. I literally put all that work into editing that reel to show people in a very condensed and entertaining way the sheer volume of stuff that I had to do on that project. I don't think any of the people I've applied to have watched it.
That's the cursed art of reels trickery. Compress 10 hours of ordeal into 40 seconds, then watch people assume the machine sneezed and it appeared.
I kind of like Smokey at Trickery better. That full on ink brush stroke here. We don't have ink brush yet. Smokey's cool though. We only had tentacles before, if you remember.
Claude finished the fix.
We only had tentacles. because I couldn't make the ink brush. I didn't know how to do it. Peace Kid Kevin, thanks for the follow. I didn't know how to do the ink brush in Unreal. All I did is I just found like the tentacles was just a random tutorial I found. And that was the best I could do. You know? His ink brush hair will look really cool when it actually looks good. Right now it looks terrible. It's nothing right now. It's like 5%. Like it's coming out of his mouth and his face, you know? Like he doesn't have a hairline right now. So we got a lot of stuff to fix to tweak it. Cobra Chicken. That stuff is used to drive me nuts when you're creating 3D materials. Oh, really? Etching stuff. Mirror Master. Have you added a bomb command for your stream avatars? No. Good idea. We could do that. I was trying to figure out what we should spend tokens on. Sure, let's do that. How's job searching going? It's good. I applied to a lot this week, and we'll see if it turns into hopefully multiple overlapping interview processes all at once over the next like month. I've got a few in the works right now. Did Riot reply? I applied to them a while ago. I don't know what's going on with it. They're a big company. The big companies take a while. Yeah. I mean, if they did, I wouldn't talk about the specifics of anyone I'm talking to. I'm just going to be telling you guys, like, I have interviews happening and I applied to jobs. I could show you guys, like, which jobs I applied to, but I'm like, I'm not going to talk about all the specifics of the interviews just because of NDA stuff and all that. Like, if they, I don't know, on the off chance that they watch the stream and they tune in or they comb through a VOD or something to see if I'm a safe person that's not going to spill company secrets. I don't want to talk about any specifics for any of my interviews, but I can show you guys the postings that I apply to because those are public information. So I can at least show you guys that part of the process, which ones I decided to apply to. Ice Creek, in the near future, demo reels will be, and then I told Claude to make this and it did, and then I told Claude to make that and it did. That's true to some extent, yeah. Yes, I remember. Also, dance command, sit command, jump. You don't have jump, but you have dance and you have prone. You can do the dance right now. You redeem it with channel points. I'm not doing a sit pose for them, but you can go into prone. Some of the characters, the prone is a sit. But I remember you said you wanted to be able to toggle it. I haven't figured out how we want to do that yet. Jump, we don't have animations for yet. We probably should do that because my credits are about to run out for Cling pretty soon. Nice, yeah, understandable. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, that's the way it's gonna go as far as I have to be a little bit cryptic about exactly what's happening with the job hunt, but okay, it's just reverse left and right now.
Claude finished looking into it.
Okay, it looks like it's reversed left and right now, you see. The orange arm is opposite side of the doing the thumbs up. Trying to learn gas. Do you have any advice? Uh, use Tranix gas documentation. That's like a big source for it. At this point, use Unreal 5.8 and use Claude to help you navigate through how to set some stuff up. Lyra is hella confusing.
Claude finished investigating.
You can look at the Lyra project, but it's really hard to figure out what's going on in Lyra. It's pretty straightforward. The hard part is actually having the right scope and scale of content to
Ad break incoming.
mess with and set up in gas to actually put you in a position where you need to learn all the ins and outs of it. You know what I mean? Like I learned a lot of ins and outs of gas because I was making a flying ability, a jumping ability, a projectile ability where you can control the direction of the projectile. I was making melee attacks. I was making jump attacks. I'm making AoE attacks. I'm making dots. I'm making hots. I was making stuff that scales with how long you were casting it for. That's just the examples of all the different types of abilities that I had to create in order to help build Eldegard. And so the hard part is if you're doing a solo project, it's going to take you a while before you come across all those different types of ability configurations, you know? Oh, dude, look, oh, wait, you guys can't see it. Okay, it's just like slightly offset now is the only problem. Um, but it's like lining up pretty nice. And then we have this other issue where it can still track my hand, but if my elbow is down at my side, it like freaks out and it sends the elbow like way up to the side. Somehow we need to like assume like that the elbow is at a okay like we need to like project the location that it's at based on where it last was and like where the hand is, you know what I mean? Because it's like we still have all the hand and wrist information in that case, but I don't think the elbow needs to freak out and go off screen. Here's another screenshot of the offset for my right hand. All right, so it needs to fix this offset that we have here. You see the offset? On the left cam, it's in front of my hand. On the right cam, it's behind my hand. The other thing is when my elbow goes off screen, it freaks out. I see. Just meeting enough of those different situations where you're forced to learn everything, you'll explore the Trantic TY. Yeah, that's the starting point that everybody starts out as the Trantic documentation for gas. Um, but really, what you need, what's your goal? Are you trying to make an RPG game? Trying to make a shooter, something? What you need to do is you need to all those different types of like attacks or abilities or something that I just mentioned. You need to make like a list of like I don't know, like 5 different ones that all hit different kinds of points, and then you just have to figure out um how to build that. A dot, a hot, an AoE. This other thing we called gameplay entities. They call it summons in Black Desert. It's called something different in every single game. But there's this general broad concept across all video games of like abilities that summon some kind of objects that persists in the game world and then has its own set of behaviors, and you may or may not have micro control over it. We called it gameplay entities on Eldegarde. But that's another like when a hunter places a trap on the ground, right? The trap just sits there in the world. It's something the hunter spawned, um but it's its own like object that also has to tie into the ability, the gas ability stuff. So yeah, stops. Oh,
Claude's done with the fix, eh?
which fix? Oh, right. We wanted a bomb command. Didn't you guys ask for a bomb command? Let's see if we can add that. Hey, can we add a bomb command similar to stream avatars? People do if they do exclamation point bomb. Actually, make it a redeem. Make it a redeem that costs 500 channel points. And use the fireball from the gremlin attacks and just have it be scaled up like 3-4 times bigger than the normal gremlin fireball. It flies in from the top middle of the screen, then it lands at the bottom and it sends all the avatars flying. And it does a random amount of damage, and it could uh between like 30%, 100%. Actually, no, it doesn't do any damage. That'll people would sabotage the ad breaks with it. Um, yeah, just have it send them all like flying, like in a physics reaction.
Ah, the classic harmless button that immediately becomes a weapon in the hands of chat. Civilization has fallen for less trickery.
I ran in the bomb command. Going to be a redeem for channel points. Your net's freezing. Do you have VODs on? You just clipped it? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I always my VODs are on this channel immediately. Um, they're not on while I'm live because I have leaked like API keys and passwords and stuff in the past before. Um, that's why you can't see the VOD for current stream at this exact moment. I'll set it to public after the stream, as long as I don't leak anything. Oh, look, it's lined up. Hey, the fingers and the hands totally line up now. The elbow is doing some crazy things. It's the arm bone is totally unaligned on my well, on like both of them. As you can see here, the blue arm bone is like way off in the wrong direction. That the leap? Yeah, this is kind of what the Windows software looks like for the leap normally. Is it shows the camera um it shows the camera input or output, and then it shows the bone tracking layered over your arms in the viewport with the camera. So this is what it looks like in Windows when you open the Leap software on Windows. But we don't have this in Linux. So right now Claude is rebuilding what I'm used to on the Windows version so that I can continue to troubleshoot the tracking on Linux, and figure out why it's off something. And I can see the confidence values in a pinch gesture or grab right now. Interesting. Not very confident about a pitch on the left hand. It's interesting the labeling for left and right hand at the bottom is reversed from my left and right hand, even though like the tracking's good.
Claude finished the fix.
You'd like to leak your session token for Gemini to see how other people use AI because it's already taken everything you can think of. At least you still got a project to optimize and burn some tokens. True. Also, add a pin command where you can pin people by XY. What? Is that in stream avatars? I don't know about that. Maybe. That sounds pretty troll. You guys are just going to put them, like, people, like, all over the screen?
That does sound like stream avatars adjacent. Trickery, pinning by XY is really just. Stop letting the physics gremlins vote.
Stop letting the physics gremlins vote. How works to freeze? Yeah, they have a lot of stuff. I don't want to copy everything there. Part of my problem is something like if bomb did actual damage, for example, like is it messes up my ad break like events. You know what I mean? And same with like pin. So I'm gonna add some of it, but then we also have to take into account some of it might not fit well with like what we're trying to do with like the mini games, you know. But I'll add pin sounds interesting. I haven't seen anybody use that before. Battle Royale was a crazy one. Battle Royale and boss. Tonight would have been the perfect stream to go troll the art channel. Call myself a senior professional AI artist.
Claude's done with the fix, eh?
This isn't music. What's going on? Hello? Okay, I don't know what that was. It's just static waves. Yeah, just random people trying to get into a taxi cab in the rain or some crap. What was going on?
Claude finished the fix.
That's terrible. Like, it's all terrible. If we just kind of fill something in, we can start to see what the foreground grass moving would look like.
Ad break incoming.
Okay, what's going on in chat? I'm getting into the art stuff and we're getting in the zone here. Um, Cobra Chicken. You ever have dreams where you are your avatar? No, I've never had that actually. That's kind of interesting. My dreams are almost always first person. Something crazy's going on, but it's first person and I'm witnessing it. Or I'm a part of it. It should not damage just the animation to make them fly. Um, are dreams in a world you have created or modded or edited in before? I can't say so. My dreams are pretty crazy. They're like so there's kind of a hack or there's kind of a bit of knowledge that sort of well, we're on an ad break. I'll catch up on chat after the ad break. Yeah, I'm about to just paint bucket the rest of this. Oh, the ad break's over. Let me catch up on chat. Uh Cover Chicken, you said dreams in a world you've created, edited, or modded before. No, all my dreams are like I was gonna tell you guys this is a fun fact. Um, you're dreaming when you dream, it's taking everything that is in basically short-term memory from the last couple days, and it's figuring out how to compress and put everything into a zip file and then archive it and store it somewhere in your brain. So a lot of times when you have some crazy dreams, you can reverse engineer like and pick apart the pieces of it, and it'll be really obvious like, oh, that person was there, or that thing was in there, or that environment was there because of this situation or thought that I just had over the last like 3 days, you know? Um yeah. So once you know that, then you'll start to recognize a lot of things in your dreams that are just actually really abstract, loose interpretations of things from the real world or thoughts that you had during the day in the real world. Flip that title dreams.
Clip saved, grab the last few minutes up to 2 hours, 50 minutes, 53 seconds in. Titled Dreams, building the short in the background.
Okay. I don't think that's a good YouTube short for the channel necessarily, but I still want to save that. Seeing tidbit. Um, Cobra Chicken, you said when you were deep 9,000 out of 15,000 hours into virtual reality, I would experience this almost every night. Oh, you'd be in the virtual reality world that you were in? From assets that I digitally made being real to me and the space I was in, it just totally one-shotted your dream time? That's fascinating. That's crazy. You're the first person I've heard of to say that. Cool, man. Faces voice. New startup, and I have no idea what it is. Superlogical.com. Low-level AI runtime for agents. I don't know. It could just be another scam to get VC money and retire. You're building the multiplexer for all work. Everybody's building a freaking multiplexer right now for agentic work. What could they possibly be doing that's any more innovative than anything that you can vibe code in a week? Uh, X HashiCorp team. I don't think so since they are open source stuff. Interesting.
Actually, ex-HashiCorp is usually a good signal for infrastructure taste. Lots of Go, APIs, and sharp opinions about state. Open source, yes, but also the sort of open source with a business model lurking in the walls.
Wait. This is pretty legit, actually. This team is mega legit. The guy that made Ghosty, that's crazy. Two guys that were head of something at Poolside. Poolside's a crazy AI company. They just released the Laguna model.
Ghosty, actually. With the double T and yes, trickery, Mitchell Hashimoto's fingerprints on a terminal emulator are usually a sign the machinery underneath has manners.
Insane. Well, I'm sure they'll cook up something cool. I love Ghosty so far. Um, People cite Herder as already doing something similar, but let's see what extra they add. Yeah, I heard about Herder. That's what I was saying is I feel like there's no fully original idea in software, like at all, right now. Everybody's kind of converging on the same ideas and this at the same speed, and they're implementing them at the same speed because of AI. So it just is like I don't know, dude. It kind of sucks for people that pride themselves on making software and developer tooling. Um, it doesn't feel like anything is impressive anymore because there's like a billion people all doing the exact same thing at the same time. It only takes them like a month to get it up and running. See the Elms helps me have recycled ideas up and running. Yeah, it makes sense. One of my friends said something even weirder that happened to him. He works on embedded systems for satellites. He says he has his own architecture and terminology and stuff he came up with for their project at the company that he's working at. And he's been using Claude for like last like 6 months or so. And he said they interviewed some guy. They interviewed like some kid that just vibe codes like everything. And he was just straight up saying like, yeah, I vibe coded everything and blah blah blah. but they were asking him about their architecture, and he knew this kid like knew the terminology that he had come up with that's specialized for that project. He said he thinks like literally it's the result of everything that he's doing being sent back to Anthropic and then being integrated into the latest models. I don't know. Pretty crazy. I wonder if Claude knows about the Noldrums yet. That's a big conspiracy, but then I read that Claude already has certain word sentences that it repeats, contaminating people as well as using the words. That is what that is what I thought. When he told me that
Claude
story,
wrapped up the investigation.
I was like, how confident are you that you came up with that terminology and you didn't come up with it by bouncing ideas off of Claude when you were trying to come up with this whole thing? Because that's how I feel. Is that dude? That's my suspicion. Is what you just said is what actually happened. He's like, what do I call this thing? What do I call this thing? Or he's talking to Claude. He's like, oh, what if we do this and what if we do that? And it's like, yeah. And then Claude's like, oh, you could call it like this type of thing. And he's like, yeah, that's a great idea, And then and it was already a tendency that it had in the weights. I fully agree with that being a strong possibility. Because it does that with me as well. When we're coming up with like the green screen sprite technique is what it came up with for everybody else as well. Yo, Joe 5-7M, thanks for the follow. I randomly found your stream, fellow programming here. Nice. We making vibe coder.
There it is, trickery, the tiny spark of competence flickering bravely in the machinery. Claude finished looking into it.
What am I working on? I was trying to fill in some of the colors here, or
Claude finished digging into it.
so you see the environment art down here. It's all one like object because it was made with Midjourney, right? So it's not split into like layers. And so I separated out the grass that's in front. So that's how the characters are passing. The characters are passing behind the grass that's in front. And I want the grass to have a wind shader applied to it, so it's blowing in the wind. I don't think I can get all this done tonight though. It's just kind of something I was doing because I wasn't sure what else I wanted to work on. But I'm gonna probably switch back right now. Switch scene to main.
Back to main trickery.
So let's check the leap motion progress. Okay, it looks really solid now. It looks lined up most of the time. Sometimes the thumb gets inverted on the left hand. Kind of when it loses tracking, it reverses the left hand and it flips the thumb over. Doesn't make any sense. So here's a screenshot where we're tracking like my left hand and the thumb visible and it's fine. Here's an image where I just moved my thumb like forward a little bit, so it's like kind of in front of my hand, and then it proceeded to completely flip the hand around for some reason, and there's like a non-existent thumb on the opposite side of the hand. It's hands only. It's this. The leap motion controller 2 tracks your hands and your arms, and we're gonna get it working with my VTuber on the side of the screen.
Ad break incomings.
You guys get to see my chin. Camera, it's so weird looking. I personally have never seen this angle of my own face. FPS chin. Looks like a face without eyes or anything. So weird. Can you zoom in on your video editors and screenshot your buttons and keyframes and give it to my cloud to completely steal some of it? Yeah, sure. I feel like it's still very bare bones. It doesn't have that much. It's gonna be hard to position this in a way where none of my overlay stuff is in the way. That good? Keyframe lane? Are you able to see that? I can't look. I can't see this. I can hide the V2. Yeah, I just stole from Adobe for the buttons on the
The Claude's done with the fix, eh?
Cool, man. Thanks. Or yeah, I need to add the. Hey, when I click on like position, scale, rotation, etc., on the left hand side and the effect tracks, um, I need it to like change the behavior of the button that I press to create a new keyframe. Uh, it needs to change it so that button only creates a keyframe for that track that I have selected.
The Claude finished investigating.
Say the word. Other favorite Claudes. My gosh, my job hunter application, I realized it was missing like so many company websites. There's way more jobs out there than I thought. Job aggregator sites that other people built, like gamejobs.co, the christran.gg one. Um, they're missing a ton of stuff. They're not actually crawling the career pages site for big studios like Epic, which is really dumb. Missing a ton of stuff. Yeah, it seems like the tracking's good enough. Now we need to map it to the character and get the character working with his like IK handles for like the for the elbow joint. Make a new one? Make a new what? What was I talking about? Oh, a new job, the new job listing. Yeah, no, I did that. Yeah, that's what I was doing today. I gave it specific directions. I was like, okay, well, clearly these people didn't build theirs right, and so I've been going off of bad information this whole time. So I gave it explicit instructions to just do exactly what I do, which is go to all the company pages, go to their career section, and then you go home through it. So it added I told it to add every AAA company. I told it to add every company that's listed as a developer in the Los Angeles area on gamedevmap.com. Which this is what I do. I go here, I go by city, and then I go to every it has type, and I go to every one of them that has developer. For the type, I will actually bother to then go to their website and then go to their career page. San Diego doesn't have much. The Bay Area is deceptive. It seems like there's a lot, but then it turns out a bunch of them are publishers. Typically, there's a lot in the Bay Area.
Actually, yes. The Bay Area does that little stage trick where tons of companies becomes 3 studios and a flock of labels wearing mustaches.
Huh. No, yeah, seriously, look at this. There's 2 entries for Magic Leap for some. Manticore's still on here, but they're basically dead at this point. There's a lot of dead companies probably on this website. Niantic has 3 entries.
Claude has a question for you.
You land one of these on one of the jobs? I mean, I hope, dude. We'll see what happens. Um, I mean, like I said earlier today, literally yesterday, it got announced that 80 people got laid off at a studio down the street from me. Just yesterday, another studio. There's not enough job postings in this area to absorb all those people, man. There's nowhere near enough. It's insane. I think right now I think there's twice as many people uh available for every job that's posted for the game industry. It's only half the amount of jobs needed for everybody to find a job. A lot of the engineers are leaving the industry. Engineers, business people, marketing people, um, HR people, they're all able to flex out of the game industry. Designers, artists, sound designers, animators are all cooked. Some room for the film industry for animation and art, but that's also brutal. I feel like Opus 5 is pretty solid. I mean, it's been good so far. I just sit on Opus 5 1 million context. And I don't really notice, like, I'm not noticing. I think I'm not doing crazy enough stuff anymore these days to feel differences between the models. You know what I mean? A version bump. You know, hard about. I was just glad they came out with something cheaper than Fable. Yeah, but close to Fable and intelligence. It is true. We still don't have Mythos. You know what I mean? Like, we still aren't truly at Mythos yet because Fable just reroutes to Opus all the time. Nothing, not for what we're doing, but for other people that are trying to do security related programming and stuff. It does be cool to have. Yeah, I wonder what a difference it would. Who else is streaming right now? I'm gonna raid somebody soonish. Like I'm actually sticking to trying to go to sleep by like 1:30 to 2 for the moment. I'm gonna try to stream more next week, but I had to get all the job stuff out of the way. I need to at least feel like there's like a dozen applications in process by the end of this week for jobs I actually qualified for. You know, so I couldn't stream. I couldn't do any surprise streams this week. Um, you gotta hop off. Have a good night, dude. All right, man. Yeah, I'm literally about to find somebody to raid in a minute here. I'm getting pretty tired. I've been going to sleep at 12:30 or so last few nights. Hey, Doja Cat is streaming. I think Ray Jedum has his tradition. But not before we see if we can get the hand tracking working.
Hand tracking first, yes. Let the fingers stop lying to the machine before we dress the corpse up for show. Claude finished the task. Claude finished the task.
Says it finished the task. Okay, yeah, go ahead and wire it. Again, make sure that this project, I hope you're talking about a main zig file for this project specifically, not the game engine. We don't want code that's pulling for the leap motion to be running at the engine level across every single game project. That makes no sense. We need to keep the engine game theme. We could have some module for leap motion controller in the engine, actually.
Actually, yes, hand tracking makes a fine input module trickery. Just keep it quarantined behind an abstraction, or the Leap SDK will shed little bones all through the engine.
Oh, let's see if the bomb command works now. Try to restart the. All right, let's see if the bomb command works. Ah, that's pretty good. Who was asking for that earlier? Was it Mirror Master? Got it now. Man, it's taking forever to wire the hand controls up to the character. I want to go to sleep.
Ad break incomings.
Take forever. I just want to see if we can get the hand controls working on the VTuber, and then I'm really want to go to sleep. Hey, I have a new project open. It's called Ink Brush Texture Krita. We're trying to make an ink brush like stroke, like texture that can tile top to bottom. How do we toggle on the tiling in Krita?
Make the top and bottom edges share the same stroke rhythm, trickery. Otherwise the seam will snitch on you immediately.
True, it's true.
Claude has your answer.
still working on programming the hand controls. It's been doing this for like 11 minutes now. I was about to say 10 minutes. Seems right. Gosh, take forever. It's toggle view wraparound mode. Okay, toggle view wraparound mode. Yeah, I can't see. All right, so what happens if I start painting here? Toggle view wraparound mode. There we go. That's cool. Okay.
Claude's done with the fix.
Pod's done. So pod's done. Oh, it's still not working. Hey, the arms are not moving at all. So can you see if there's something else that's like fighting against it or anything like that? And I restarted the editor. Yeah, go ahead and like just check logs and check it against whatever is being captured live right now because the leap is still on and tracking my hands. He's looking freaky. Yeah, it's working, but his arms are all twisted up behind his back and stuff instead of, being lined up in front of me. Yeah, his hands are a little bit in the wrong. By the way, you guys, I'm gonna raid someone here, so we're at our normal cutoff time. Um, I have to do nothing but apply to at least another 2 or 3 more jobs tomorrow. Um, so I got a bunch of that stuff to do still tomorrow and Friday. I need to edit some more YouTube shorts. Um, Saturday I am aiming for a marathon stream. I haven't done a 12-hour stream in like a while. But we're gonna try to do it. An almost 12-hour stream on Saturday, like I used to normally do. See, I just right now I hit like a point where I feel a sinking feeling of like guilt when I'm just sitting around getting hooked into vibe coding stuff for 12 hours a day. It's not going to save me financially, not for a long time. But the tools that we are building are extremely useful. They are valuable. They are monetizable, but they're probably at least a year away from being polished. We find ink brush texture. Oh, there we go. Thought I had some installed somewhere. I bought. Thought I bought an ink brush texture. So royalty free on Shutterstock. Kidding me? Gosh darn kidding me. This is a difficult thing indeed. Create ink brushes.
Claude squash the burger.
Um, ew, no, no. Only one that's good. There's the splats. This brush is Is there already a built-in brush in Krita that looks like an ink brush? I think there might be. Oh, yeah, look at that. There's several. Want more of like a watercolory look. Don't seem to be getting that. I rotate the. I mean, the real problem is not using my. Yeah, this whole thing would have been. Oh yeah. Okay, we're in business with these brushes. I actually use pen instead of mouse because the mouse is 100% of. All right, let's try to make we're making the ink brush texture for Trickery's hair.
Ad break incomings.
Can you export the current image as a PNG without the background layer turned on, so it's just transparent, into the same folder that the project's currently stored in for this ink brush texture? Yeah, I'm holding both hands directly in front of me, and as you can see, they're both completely twisted up and behind him. Still right now. Before I blame Claude on that, yeah, it's still doing that. Why is it so hard just to export a PNG?
Because image formats were designed by committees, trickery, and committees are where simple ideas go to acquire extra limbs. Claude's done with the fix. Claude squashed the bug.
It says to restart the editor. Okay, we're closer. Hey, we're one step closer. The arms are in front, but something looks really inverted about the way that they're working. Left and the right arms are swapped or something on the character.
Something looks off, tell me what and I'll fix it.
Okay, let's figure out why the fuck did this guy take so long. Okay. Hey, under content EFX, we made a new PNG file for the ink brush texture that I want to be the texture that spawns and repeats and is stitched together end to end along the ribbon, the ribbons for the VTubers hair effects supposed to be like ink brush stroke ribbons that continue on, and they follow a um vector flow field that we already have the flow field in place. It's just right now who's using this like smoky looking texture that's not fully like a solid ribbon. Wait, okay, cool. Yeah, his face is still changing colors with the microphone input. That's good. I think I made a decent texture. We'll see what it looks like when it starts panning on him. We'll compare to what the artist did that I contracted originally to draw him.
Claude finished the task.
Yeah, he used some really good brushes, man. Brushes look. He did some layering too. We're gonna have to really think hard about how we deconstruct this kind of thing. Something's still wrong. Look how like mangled his hand looks. But then look at how the tracking is totally fine on the camera, and then my hand is just wide open, palm facing me. Not as good as VC face yet. Improving though. Gosh, dude, they're taking forever. Restart the editor.
Claude finished the fix.
Oh, I'm still broken.